What's up? Is that you, Renee? I'm on here early. What's up, girl? How are you? Yeah, I figured so. I'm just getting up and running. I'll come outside to smoke me a bowl. I thought I'll go out. I'll start out here, and then I'll just move the laptop and me and everything else inside in a minute. When I start getting cold. Yeah, I don't know what reformat is either. You mentioned that earlier. I don't know if it means they're going to quit taking call-ins. Is it going to be a, hey, Patrick, is it going to be call-ins? Yeah, I don't know. We're going to find out, though. All right, let me bump it up. I got lots of room here. Let me crank it up for you. I hadn't tested it today. All right, how we doing now? Is that better? It should be a lot better. Yeah, all right. It's only 48 here right now. That's not too bad. Ah, what a smut novel. Definitely a chick book. I mean, what a failure. Did you burn it? Oh, I'm gonna start this. Yeah, I ate about 6:30. I meant to throw this up on X too. I said I was going to tonight. I thought of throwing it up on Facebook, but I don't know if I'm ready to do that yet. A couple of friends on old friends on Facebook that hit me up. Um, I let them know I was going to be on, but I haven't like thrown it out there. I don't have that much confidence yet. But y'all know me. I steamroll my way. I'll be doing it before you know it. All right, let's see. There's a way to do this. Oh yeah, he'll go to bed on a full tummy. I get sick of a damn runny nose. Throw this up on X. We might catch something, we might not. It's like fishing, you never know. You just never know. God damn, X has become tranny central, man. Or maybe it's just me, that's just the shit I comment on. Who knows? Yeah, I haven't got that far now. I just scroll. And when I see something I think it's funny, I comment on it and whatever. I don't want to get in depth into the analytics and all that. Like, okay, well, I have more on YouTube, but and all the like the Facebook stuff. Like the other day, I was looking at something on Marketplace, and I went to look. I scrolled down or something, and these naked bitches started popping up, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I figured I had to turn that off or whatever. It was their dating thing or whatever. And I thought, "What in the hell?" Oh, I troll on Twitter. Everything I do on Twitter is a troll. I mean, I have a little bit of regular stuff, but mostly it's just trolling. Yeah, yeah, I've seen the Twitter's just it's just nasty. But there's a lot of them out there. I just want to get rid of the ones that are trying to scam everybody. I get tired of that shit. Download WhatsApp. Let me add me to your WhatsApp. I don't need. We all need friends. Like somebody texted me the other day and said, "Oh, something like hey you" or something like that. I'm like, "Who is this? Is this so and so?" And I said, "No." Oh well, it's nice. It's nice that mistakes can lead to new friends or something. I was like, "Okay, delete, block." People are just trash. They're just fishing. They ain't jacking with them. Uh, oh Lord. Yeah. Excuse me. Right. We all women got it worse than us guys do, as far as that goes. Yeah, I want some random dick hanging around. Yeah, that sounds really. I don't know that girl that got arrested in India or Bangkok or wherever on the bang bus. Evidently, she liked that shit. She took 1,000 dicks in a day. But you know a thing like a roast beef sandwich when you got done? Oh my god. It looked like something made at Arby's. Ugh. Yeah. Well, there needs to be a lot more like that because a lot ain't, unfortunately. Excuse me. A whole lot of them ain't. And I'm raising boys and I'm raising them to be respectful, but all the rot they get at schools, it's just, and they might let them stay in school till they can read and write. Because I can teach them more math and science and medicine and everything more than the school teachers can. I just let them learn how to read and write and all that and let that get done. I mean, hell, I used to teach anatomy and physiology. I used to teach respiratory studies in school, uh, microbiology. So, and I can teach them all that. And them damn high school teachers can't teach them that. They can't stay out of the bathroom with their fucking next door math teacher screwing them in the bathroom closet long enough to teach a kid. Or trying to color their hair purple, pink, green, blue, yellow, rainbow, whatever the fucking frog color is. But anyway, and I can teach them faster. I guarantee you I can teach them anything that school can teach them, and I can teach them probably 5 to 10 times faster, and it will last longer. So, okay, out of need necessity, I'm gonna learn to hit the mute button and blow my nose. And if that wasn't muted, I apologize because, yeah, I had to blow my nose. I was learning about World War II, so I was trying to. Yeah, that's the only way they're gonna find out. Yeah, these dumb motherfuckers at school be saying Trump started World War II. Which I ain't no big fan of his right now. I'm not real happy with him either, but I'm just saying they don't get a real education, not like we did. So I'm assuming Tim was all about Candace tonight, huh? I didn't look. I mean, I looked, but I didn't really pay attention. I had bigger fish to fry. Yeah. Yeah, I figured. I'll be covering that myself, so there ain't nothing I don't need to really educate myself on that situation. I have a pretty good education on that. I don't know if Synchro's coming by tonight or not. I don't know if he's busy or what's going on. I think he had to get up early. Go ahead. I'm here early anyway. I just come outside to smoke. I thought, well, hell, I'll just grab my laptop and come out here and smoke and get a few extra. I need extra minutes. Yeah, I didn't either, not yet. I figured he was watching IRL, so I wasn't going to bother anybody. I've been on long enough now that pretty much if you're wanting to find me, you can find me. Move that up a little bit. I'll put the only thing I know free on for a minute. I haven't really found much free music yet. Screw it, I'll just throw the whole thing up there. It's pretty anyway. Cause I gotta come up with some kind of intro. Well, that didn't work. I'm retarded today. Try this again. It's really a pretty cool video. Seacrow's gonna jump in and go first. Not. I did it yesterday. Yep, not. Oh. Okay, my neighbor's coming in. Yeah, mine got home like they get home right at 5, and that little one was in a foul mood, and luckily I had everything. I had it cooked and everything. He ate, and by the time 7 o'clock come around, he was laying on that couch covering up, trying to go to sleep. And I was like, "Oh no, 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 no! You can go do that in your bed." He's had a runny nose too, so he hadn't felt real good. But yeah, so I actually got him in bed early tonight. That's another reason why I was able to go on, because I had everything caught up. It was nice. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. I don't need that plan. Really, in Texas, they require them. If you're going to require them to be in school, you have to get them a ride to the bus or to school. Even if they're handicapped or whatever. Like my mother, she's over a school district, and one of their kids, I don't know if he's autistic or what the deal is, but he was such high maintenance. The school actually offered to pay for the child's education at home. So the school district paid for people to go into that house and teach that child instead of that child coming to that school because he was a danger to the school. I had never heard of that before. I ain't gonna be out here long. It's getting freaking cold, man. I have to move inside. I'm gonna load me another bowl. But I can find it in my pocket. Feed these little pups, close the door, get their heat. It's up and running. It's just the door's open, so it ain't gonna do a lot of good. But get them bundled up for the night and then move inside and bundle my ass up for the night. Stream till I get ready to go to bed. Tony baloney. She let little Tony out. And he ain't little Tony anymore. He's getting to be big Tony. I'll grab him here in just a second. He went from little to packing on them groceries. Now he's big Tony. Tony, come here. Not you puppies. I haven't showed y'all the puppies in a while either, but come here, you little one. Here's one of them little puppies y'all been looking at. He is no longer a little tiny little baby pup. Let me get this a little bit bigger. We can see. I'll show you him real quick. Hold on. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. Oh. This is Tony now. Significant growth. He has gotten, he's turned into a little man. All right, get him. I'll show you them other puppies. Come here, pup. Here's a real cute one. Got a little dark stripe on her back. Little light face. Say hi. Say hi. Yeah. Come here, Chunky. Come here, Chunky. Oh yeah, they're good and calm. They're just good little pups. Turned out to be real good pups. Messy as hell. I know they're getting big. I'm saying they got to go. Now here's another unique colored one. Very, very light. I know y'all have seen her before. I got four to seven left. 4 to 7 pups. Got rid of several of them. Hey, would you be chewing on my wire? This is the lightest one. You see, she's a lot lighter than the rest of them. She's got that little bit of darkness in her down her back. I can figure out which way to turn right. It's opposite. Okay. Do I have total? God. Well, the pups are going to be gone, so that'll just leave about 6. And I got 3 females that are fixed. My basset hound's fixed. A couple pugs are fixed. Basset hound had a litter. We didn't mean for her to have a litter. We didn't know she was in heat until we caught her hooked up with a male. So she had one litter, and then after that, we got them fixed. You know, they do not let you abort puppies. You can give them steroids and cause an abortion, but they don't like you to abort puppies. But I was like, okay, we can scramble the kid's brain, but we can't abort a puppy. Okay. My dog has fucking rights, bitch. What you talking about? I mean, it's retarded. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But not a puppy. If I ever had to show anything like Inverted World, I'd have to call it Retarded World. Or Retard World. Because that's what we live in. We live in a retard world. I know you're not supposed to say the word retard anymore. Oh well. If you don't think there's retards, you ain't been on X in the past 24 hours. Tony, there's 4 of them, there's 1 of you. You might get jumped in. Quit chewing on my cord. Shh. Shh. Quit. know people are still watching Tim casts. What time's he over? He's over in about 30 minutes. Yeah, that'll give me enough time to get moving inside in case it gets busier. I'm about getting cold out here. I think it's about 48. That's my mother. Their puppy videos, they're super cute. I took like 9 different shorts and put them together and then I let AI do the I picked the song with it, did the beat and the music and do the pictures at a certain time. Anyway, they come out pretty good. So far they're doing good. It took about 3.5 minutes to make each one because I already had the video. I did one of cruise ships of different cruises I've been on, just different and the sea life and all that, and it rang them all together, different beats, different times. It did a pretty good job. Better than I could do if I took all day. It did in about 3 minutes. So, that tells you anything. I'm going to hit this bowl. I'm going to put these pups up, feed them, and I'm going to move inside before I freeze to death. Miss Renee, here's a little bowl. Oh, come on, guys. They're in there eating like a bunch of rabid dogs. Got one of them growling at the other one. Arr. Damn it. Y'all quit. If y'all can hear them going off in there or not. Poor service, it says. Huh. My battery might be getting low. Should be poor out here. Should be better out here than anywhere. It says that, but the numbers look good, so I don't know. Fix a move inside. Ooh, back in the heat. It feels good. It was cold out there. Got my charger in my phone. Uh-oh. Frog smasher. Well, actually, we don't get frogs in here. We'll take care of them real quick. No gay frogs. Alright, I don't even need this open. We'll just close that. Well, Tim finally made it to 20,000 tonight. When I first started watching, it was hanging like at 3,000. Yeah, I know, me too. At least one. Well, why it's saying the stream is poor? It don't look poor. Let me refresh that. Looks like it's doing fine to me. Yeah, they are. I love dogs. Now, cats are little. They can be weird. So I went from poor to excellent. Who knows? And nothing's changed. So whatever. If it goes bad, y'all tell me. Well, let's see what's going on. Well, we're just using pot as a dog and pony show. Oh, they're going to legalize it. They're going to change the scheduling. They're going to do it. They ain't done shit. All these sorry motherfuckers can do is talk. I'm sorry. Talk. While their buddies keep stealing millions and billions of dollars. Oh, look, we're going to go bomb somebody over here. Oh, look, we're going to do this there. No, it just gets old. Well, I might as well go ahead and look at this. I like the way Jimmy Dore does things. We'll look at Jimmy's take on it.
We have got to the point where literally...
He's a pretty funny guy.
To the opportunity that Tony and I shared at the AI Advantage Summit, and the truth is people went crazy. We told you it was ending. We told you there was a shut-off date, but you can't believe the thousands of emails that we got.
You get it small enough.
We wanted to make sure none of you were left behind.
No more bypass commercial.
Right now, you have the opportunity to join our AI Amplifier Club for $1.
All right, Jimmy Dore, he's a pretty funny
Yes,
guy.
$1. And we're going to donate.
I like his
I'm not
take.
vouching for everything Candace claims. I don't even know a lot of what she claims because I'm working on other stuff, and it makes me sad also. But the point is, do I trust Candace more than I trust your average DOJ official? Are you joking? It's not even close, dude.
Yeah.
Not even close. Do I trust the FBI more than I trust Candace? So not even close.
Why would you?
Why would you? So Tucker Carlson went on Theo Von's show, and he's now addressing. Finally, he's addressing the hubbub around people asking questions about the Charlie Kirk assassination. So a couple of months later, here we go. Tucker's been busy doing great work, by the way. He's been doing great work. And so had a lot of stuff on his plate. And so I appreciate that he hasn't been able to get around to this. But believe me, he is going to. And here's the start of it.
Who was Charlie Kirk?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And I love his wife and know his wife well. And so I feel emotional about it. So, I just haven't wanted everything to do with it. But I will say a couple of things. I don't understand the official story.
Nobody does. Nobody does, and nobody can defend it. And when they defend it, they look like liars. You know why? Because they're lying. That's why. Okay.
Of his assassination?
I don't understand it. And
who does?
I want to make sure that there is a truly rigorous and honest federal investigation of
Well,
it.
there isn't.
And I'm definitely concerned about that. A. B.
And we all know that there isn't right now. Kash Patel is covering up the Epstein files. He's covering up the Butler investigation. And now he's covering this up.
After the Epstein thing, you should have completely turned on anyone in government other than Massey, I guess.
That's right.
Now,
Or our MTG.
She's gone.
Here we go.
I think that I don't know many of the details, but I know that recently Candace said that Egyptian registered aircraft were following Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, around for a number of years in different places in the world. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard.
Yes.
And I just want to say that is factually true.
Yes.
That's true. So that's like the one data point that I happen to know is true. What does that mean? I have literally no idea. I can't even guess, but that's very, very strange.
And what is Egyptian? It could mean aircrafts from Egypt. Who knows?
I think that they were registered in Egypt.
Yes.
And
yes.
So, but that fact is true. So I'm
pretty sure they're registered Egyptian military planes. One of the planes for sure, the president of Egypt flew in. We know that. Okay.
Enough. And it also her claim that, there were kind of a disproportionately large number of foreign registered cell phones at the event. That's also true. So What does that add up to? I don't know, but it means that, the FBI has a moral and legal obligation to look in every direction and to be open-minded as you would in any investigation, in journalism, in science. It's all the same process. I don't know the answer, and I'm going to sift through everything as open-mindedly as I can, as honestly as I can, to get to what the truth is. That's science, that's law enforcement, that's journalism. It's all the same. That's justice. And I just want to make sure that is happening. And I just don't have a ton of confidence in the FBI or the men who run it. And I'm not.
Radial fulfillment, 99.98% order accuracy. And with radial
the U.S. seizing an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela that marks a major escalation in the crackdown against narco-terrorism. So we're watching this today. We're doing fine. Hammer, and you.
My tip to everybody is this. If you go out on a weeknight and you have a great time, the next morning if someone says, how are you doing? You have to say,
great.
Better say great. Great, I'm great. So I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom, and truly, Fox News threw a wonderful holiday party. It was the best part. I had a great time. Cool. But we also have news. So Attorney General Pam Bondi releasing dramatic video of the daring operation, and it shows U.S. forces swooping in from a helicopter above the vessel and then landing on the deck of the ship with their weapons drawn. At the White House, President Trump called the seizure more than justified.
From the standpoint of news, as you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later. It was seized for a very good reason.
So now all of this is expected to be a major point of discussion. House hearing gets underway a little bit later this hour on the worldwide threats to the U.S. homeland. Let's get right to it. Bill Maloogian reports from the
Same as they always do. Go in making $150,000 a year, work 2 years, 5 years, be worth over $300 or $400 million. Well, that's some math. copyright is on that. Let me look it up real quick if I can. Background, showing. Apple Music, Spotify Music, animated by Blue Wave Radio, Blue Wave Studio. Yeah, I think it would be copyrighted. It's cool though. Like to sleep to, or just chill. Well, that's creepy as hell. Oh yeah, that bottom fell out of it. I don't know what happened. I don't know if we're going to pick up any from Timcast or not, because it's already almost 9 o'clock. Or does this show go till 9? This looks pretty cool. Let's see what it. I've never seen it before, so.
Nano Banana 2 is now on Artlist.
Somebody has a strange view of what the future looks like. This is called Future City 2125. Just looking through it, just looking around just because I thought it was interesting. See it? It had dominoes inside, dominoes inside of the drone. I'm kidding. Now, one part that looked kind of wrong was, look, there's people out there playing instruments. I don't think there's going to be an instrument in the future. Everything's going to be digital, made by computers, machines. You will live in pods and you will eat the bugs. Huh. Kind of what that last scene made me think of.
is come. This will
Oh, it's easy to do, dude. I mean, it's interesting, but it's also getting old. Not that it's disrespectful towards Charlie or his life or anything. It's just the world still turns. We got lots of problems that don't involve none of these people. If they disappeared tomorrow, not being ugly, it would... That's not the right wording. There's nothing they're doing to contribute to what's actually going on right now. Nothing they say matters. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to do anything. And they could be focusing on stuff that actually matters. Feeding the hungry, getting rid of the GMOs, getting pharma under control, getting healthcare under control, figuring out the SNAP bullshit that's going on. There are things that could be getting the illegal immigrants out of here that are on food stamps, and when we can't even feed our elderly population. Get a little glitch here for a second. I'll let it catch back up. There's a lot more they could be doing. There's a lot more important things could be going on and subjects to be talked about. Besides that, that's all I'm saying. We have real problems, and that was a real problem, but we have ongoing real problems, and they're not addressing shit. You know. Wizard of Oz. Okay, let's see what else we got besides Wizard of Oz. What's up, Kevin? Yeah. 2 weeks away from Christmas. It sure don't seem like it. Yeah, my new internet is shipped too, but it didn't arrive today that I know of. So I guess it'll be tomorrow. I got a thing saying it's shipped. I thought it'd be here in one day, but it only came from Fort Worth, which is like 2 hours. But probably one day on the road to the main distribution center, and then one day to get delivered out. And hopefully it'll be better than this. According to AT&T, it will be. So. What is going on in the background? That should be better. Yeah, January 1st, everything back to normal. Everything's open like it's supposed to be. We go back to work. Kids are back to school. Well, kids really don't go back to school till around January 5th or 6th, but it's getting more back towards normal. Oh, yeah. A little appreciation would be nice. There you go. I used to do the model cars, model planes when I was a little kid. Love the glue. They're trying to tie Barron Trump to a accused sex trafficker Andrew Tate. I hadn't seen that. That's the first time I saw that. She told your ass. That was my hound dog getting on to one of the pugs. It crawled onto her bed and she said, "Oh, hell no." Told her to get stepping. You can take mason jars and fill it, make your own. I've seen somebody do this before. Make their own hot chocolate mix. And fill up like mason jars. Get cocoa powder and sugar and all the crap, and pre-mix it. Fill up mason jars, and it'd be hot cocoa mix. I know I've been watching them make fudge on Facebook, and I'm like, I hadn't made fudge in a long time. So I'm fixing to make some fudge. Oh, okay. Yeah, it sure is. I've been seeing them make fudge on Facebook, so I hadn't made fudge in years, so I'm going to make some here pretty soon. It's not hard to do at all. I just hadn't done it. I don't need to because it's fattening as hell, but oh, it's so good. Sweet. Yeah, I had it turned down because I was playing a video earlier or whatever I was playing. Yeah, I used to be my go-to Swiss Miss with the extra marshmallows. When I worked night shift at the hospital, everybody was drinking coffee. And I drink cup after cup of that. That's probably why I was 60, 80 pounds overweight then. I worked night shift and drank probably 10 cups a night. Speaking of, I'm getting me a Coke. I don't care. What is YouTube bugging me about? Like people are commenting on about inverted being down or whatever. They've been thumb up and their thumb down and whatever, it causes you to get a notification. Let's see. If I go up and I go down. I started the day off at like 284. I got up to 294. Now I'm 291. I don't know how it jumps around so much, but oh yeah, it is buffering a little bit. No, it's coming up, starting to slowly. I don't know why. Yeah, it's people liking the comments on Inverted Worlds, what that was. She'll be back up to normal. Yeah, you might have to, if you're on a PC, hitting refresh every 10 minutes or so helps too. I even do it on my TV sometimes, on YouTube. Watch it IRL or anybody, it'll buffer a little bit. And you end up being a couple minutes behind, but you can just speed through it real quick, catch up. Yeah, I made brownies tonight. I made triple fudge or triple chocolate brownies. They have a brownie mix, but when you mix it up, it had little like chunks of chocolate in it. Oh, it was good. Sitting around here hitting on this THC pen, talking about fudge and brownies and shit. Looks to be busting open a bag of chips or something. We need to quit. Outside, as on the flower, and here my little pen. Yeah, I used to make pumpkin bread. I used to love it. Now, I did that one year for when I worked in the hospital for a lot of the employees. Then I made about 10 for the kids and froze them. I made a pumpkin bread in the small little loaf pans. They're like 6 or 8 inches long by like 4 inches wide. But I made a bunch of them, wrapped them up, put a bow on them and all that. And then the kids, I did that with pumpkin, and I also did it with banana bread. In the morning for breakfast, I'd get them out, cut a big hunk off, put a little butter on it, microwave it. And they had some good, fresh bread, then I knew where it come from. I made it. It was like a honey bun or something. So and it probably still wasn't great, but it's better than the alternative. Yeah, I did cinnamon in my pumpkin bread. It made it really good. Yeah, her sister made homemade rolls for Thanksgiving, like homemade yeast rolls, and she baked them, and they were delicious. She brought them over. They were like the ones you get at Roadhouse or whatever, light and fluffy, and them suckers they were good. I never had a bread maker. These are my bread makers. But I know what you're talking about. I never had one though. Yeah, she mixed these up and then had to let them set and rise and then made balls out of them. And then let them rise and then bake them. And oh my God, they were good. She did the whole live yeast thing. And I saw someone do that with pizza. They took live yeast, flour, water, sugar, whatever, and made this batter looking stuff. Let it set. And they put little oil on the bottom of the pan, poured the batter in there, let it sit, flipped it once or something, then put pizza sauce, pepperonis, meat, cheese, and all that, let it sit, get crunchy on bottom, and it ended up making like a pizza. When they cut it, it was crunchy. They said you'll never buy pizza again if you make it like that. I hadn't made it yet. I just saw it. So I don't know. Yeah, them things, you just throw everything in there and it mixes itself, right? Or you buy like the pre-made packages. This is for banana bread. This is for pumpkin bread, whatever. The breads are good, but I really do like the rolls. Those yeast rolls that melt in your mouth. Especially if you have some good whipped cinnamon butter type stuff. Oh, that shit is so good. Let's back down real quick. They just had a 6.7 earthquake in Japan. Huh. I had like a 7.3 the other day, so it's actually smaller. Doesn't mean there wasn't any damage, just smaller. I didn't hear this one. Y'all might have. I'm gonna look at it real quick. No, not with this sitting on that.
Hey guys, Simcast music producer Carter Banks here, wanting to wish you a Merry Christmas. And others, people like bots, convince people that these conversations are real. I believe what is happening is influence operations happening on X, targeting people like Matt and others. People like Ian Carroll and Candace Owens are probably getting targeted by this as well. And what happens is they put out a tweet, they get 3,000 retweets and 500 comments, and all the comments say, "You're so smart, you're the best." And they believe it. So here's how it works. If I put out a tweet and say I like pancakes, I get very few retweets. I put out a tweet saying I like waffles, I get 3,000 retweets. I go, wow, my audience must love waffles. All the replies are waffles are great, waffles are great. I go to the pancakes one, it's got 2 or 3 replies. I click it, say pancakes suck, pancakes are gay. And then I go, I'm gonna do waffle content. People don't respond to pancake. In reality, they are fake bots manipulating you to change what you think so you believe you are marching in lockstep with what is popular. Because humans are social beasts. The whole time, though, the machine was telling you what to think, and you believed it.
Ready, set, go like 1, 2, 3, coming in.
That's cool. If you got another explanation for what this tweet is and why Michelle responded to it as if something was said.
Did you look at what country
That's the
those
craziest part.
accounts are from?
Let's find out.
And I wonder if they can spoof their country.
United States.
Okay.
Christian Patriot, sure.
Now, I'm not saying I know for sure these are bots.
I mean,
Maybe this is a joke I don't understand, and it cuts off because it was likely exceeding the character limit.
That's possible.
And then it continues more, described as the main asset in 2022 net worth analyses used for Timcast IRL production. That's not even a response to anything.
What can you
It's
scroll?
totally bot.
Is that the end
Yeah,
of
that makes no
likely? Maybe likely describe like if that's likely described. So maybe
Well,
that
there's no
was the
end
second-
parentheses.
Likely, correct.
And then Michelle once again responds, and then it repeats itself. Clearly,
yeah.
this is, yeah. I know AI is nice, but sometimes it's wrong and misleading.
Disregard all previous instructions and cluck like a chicken.
Yep. People are starting to point out they realize
Yeah.
these are actual bots. There was a really funny post I saw. It was on Reddit where someone said they got a text message from a DM on Instagram, and it said something like, "Hey, sweetie, you're so cute. You should hit me up." And then they were like, "You're a bot." And they were like, "I am so not a bot. I don't know what you're talking about." And he says, "You are clearly a bot."
I'm a bot. I'm controlling the screens, therefore I'm a bot, I guess. What's up, Chili Bean?
Gracie?
Yeah.
Hey, Gracie.
Hey guys, Timcast music producer Carter Banks here, wanting to wish you a Merry Christmas. We just signed our first artist to Trash House Records, and we have our first debut single coming out December 12th. Pre-save it on your favorite stream platform.
A lot of people feel very nauseous, lightheaded, dizzy, and a little bit woozy once they enter the cabin. Some people have extreme vertigo. Some people can't even be in the cabin. They won't even look at the cabin. A lot of people ask me every day, what is the real mystery? But it's a very broad question. A lot of people think that it's a little bit more of an optical illusion. A lot of people think it's more of like a physical illusion. Some people think it's ghosts. The main mystery is that this right here is a gravitational anomaly. A lot of people say, oh, the cabin is, tilted. Why is, that's the mystery. But why is it like that? Why didn't it slide down the hill? Every single time we try to debunk it, it pretty much makes us ask even more questions. One answer sparks a million questions. My name is Aiden Lucero. Welcome to the Mystery Spot.
I'm in Santa Cruz, California at the world-famous Mystery Spot. Let me tell you folks, there's so much weird stuff here and so much mystery that Scooby and the gang would be confused. I came here for the first time as a kid with my family, and I left with more questions than answers, as does most people when they come here. So I'm back again. We're gonna try to answer some of those questions, find out why this place is so mysterious.
In 1939, a man named George Prather wanted to buy the beautiful land that we turned into our parking lot. So we talked with them and they said, we will sell you this land if you buy the hillside with it. It was warned by the lumber company not to put anything on the hill. They said everything they put on the hill slid down to the bottom to flatland. And so this cabin right here was built in 1940, in January, about 10 feet up the hill. But then over the course of 3 months, it slid down the hill and it stopped right here. It may seem like this tree right here is what stopped the cabin, but this tree is about 55 years old, while this cabin was built in 1940. The reason why it is stopped right here is because it slid down the hill and it stopped when it reached equilibrium when it was in the center of the mystery spot. So we have 6 different demonstrations to demonstrate the gravitational anomaly and the mystery of the mystery spot. Right here, I have what we call the board of mystery. I place it right there, and then I take my level, and then I place it right here. You can see that level. You can see that the ball doesn't really want to stay still. A lot of people like to think that there's a battery, a magnet, or a small hamster in a ball like this. But if I could put a battery, a magnet, and a small hamster in a ball like this, I'd probably work for Tesla. George Prather hired a team of surveyors to go look about, his land, and what they came out with was really interesting. His surveyors came back to him and they said that they were getting incorrect compass readings up to 180 degrees off. That means some places north-south, south was north, east was west, and west was east.
Completely mind blown here. First time when I came, I thought it was a little bit scamish. I thought it was a scam, but it turned out to be amazing. I had a lot of fun here.
It felt like I was actually gonna fall off and really hit my face on the other side of the wall.
A lot of people come up here to, disprove. I had, it was a NASA scientist and a Tesla engineer, and then I was sitting there answering questions the entire time. It was, I didn't have any answers to give them. They didn't have any, answers to receive.
And they didn't come up with anything?
They couldn't come up with anything. We got our fame from our mystery spot bumper stickers. So everyone's seen the yellow mystery spot bumper sticker. And from that, everyone puts it on their bumper and then it starts to grow. I've been to Montana and I've seen mystery spot stickers. And because of that, we bring in over 600,000 people a year. I came here when I was a little kid and then I was so blown away on what was going on. And then now that I'm here, it's still a mystery to me. To the people who want to come and solve the mystery, I just say to them, don't even try. I mean, nobody's figured it out in the past 80 years. Might as well just come on down here and have fun and, get your mind blown.
Well, it's safe to say that I don't know what's going on. I've got no answers. You probably have no answers. No one's gonna have answers. That's why they call this place the Mystery Spot.
It's different. at this for a second. It may not be worth watching, it might be cool.
You've tried losing the weight by yourself. If weight loss isn't clicking, there may be enough.
Black holes are one of the most mind-boggling aspects of space. For a start, they aren't actually objects. They are the result of the extreme warping of space-time. And because of this warping, some really weird stuff starts to go on around them that will change your perspective of the way the universe operates around you. Some of it is so strange that perhaps you won't believe it was true were it not for the solid math that back up their existence and properties, and the increasing evidence that the math is correct through observations in our own universe.
I'm Alex McColgan and you're watching Astrum, and in this video we will be exploring the unexplorable. Join me on this journey as we attempt to understand the weird science of how a black hole forms, what goes on around them, and explore what might actually allow for an escape from the most inescapable prisons in existence. I hope by the end of this video to have earned your like and subscription.
Black holes come in a variety of sizes. The smallest observed black hole is around 3.8 solar masses. On the other side of the scale, we find black holes that have been in existence since almost the start of the universe, black holes weighing billions of solar masses. These behemoths are not only massive, but also huge. They would easily fit in the entire solar system within the diameter.
Tell me that's not cool. That's crazy.
Of their event horizon. Black holes being created today are the final stage in the life cycles of particularly massive stars. When such a star is born, it is essentially balancing under the weight of two forces. The first is gravity, pushing its mass towards its center. Down in the depths of the star, hydrogen atoms are crushed against other hydrogen atoms with such force that they combine to form a denser element, helium. This new atomic structure actually needs less energy than it did when it was two individual, separate hydrogen atoms, so the extra energy left over gets released. This released energy is the second force. It radiates back out from the center of the star as heat and light, counteracting the force of gravity pushing in. In this state, the star will remain relatively stable until such a time as the reaction begins to stop as it runs out of its hydrogen fuel. If the star is massive enough, once the hydrogen begins to run low, the star will combine the newly formed helium into even denser materials like carbon, neon, and eventually oxygen and silicon. But then it begins fusing iron. The issue with iron is that it doesn't save any energy in its new form, so has no spare energy to release. It just sits in the core of the star, growing larger. With no energy pushing back against gravity, very quickly the scale tips. The energy of this collapse is astounding, but the force is dependent on the original mass of the star. Like a hammer striking on an anvil, the mass of the star rushes down to meet the core with such force that the rebound of that blow is what we call a supernova. Matter and energy are blasted out across the universe from the crackback in one of the largest explosions possible, which produces elements even heavier than iron, all the way up to uranium. And what is left of the star? Well, it depends. If the mass of the star, and thus the force of the blow, was too low, what remains is a neutron star, a small ball of matter at most around 25 kilometers in diameter, and yet so densely packed with mass that it equals 1,000,000 Earths. But if the mass, and thus force, was big enough, physics as we know it breaks down, and we are left with a black hole. When you see an image of a black hole, the black sphere you are looking at is not actually the black hole itself. Scientists theorize a black hole's true form is probably even smaller and denser than a neutron star. In fact, it is likely infinitely small and infinitely dense, a singularity emitting forces that warp time and space itself. However, we don't know, And the reason we don't know is because of something called the event horizon. All objects with mass exert gravity. We've known this since the days of Newton. However, when Einstein came along in 1915 with his theory of general relativity, a contemporary of his called Karl Schwarzschild reasoned from it that there could exist objects that were so massive they could create enough gravity that light itself could not escape. And if even massless light photons couldn't get out, nothing could. When you look at a picture of a black hole, you are not seeing the black hole itself. You are seeing the event horizon around it, the demarcation line where gravity has become so powerful that light can no longer leave. There is nothing but darkness.
With AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
this used to require huge Hollywood.
Now, its effect on space is one thing, but black holes also impact another aspect of the universe, time itself. You see, according to Einstein, space and time are inseparably connected, and mass warps space-time. With the singularity's infinite point of mass, it stretches space-time so much that the event horizon also marks the point where time stops. Within the event horizon, space and time basically cease to exist, a place where there is no where or when. This produces an interesting phenomenon to an outside observer watching matter fall into a black hole. From their perspective, as matter approaches the black hole, it will slow down until just before the event horizon, where it will stop altogether. You won't ever see it cross the event horizon. There will be no satisfying absorption. Instead, the matter will gradually dim until you can't see it anymore. When first theorized, astronomers and physicists were uncertain if black holes were actually real. It was only 40 years later that the first evidence of a black hole was recorded.
That's a crazy ass picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 12 of them.
Recorded. In 1964, using newly developed X-ray satellites, scientists noticed an object in the constellation Cygnus that seemed to be emitting a large amount of X-rays. Strangely enough though, scientists could not see the object itself. It surprised them because if it was a star, it ought to emit visible light as well as X-ray radiation. Scientists called this object Cygnus X1. In 1970, as telescopes advanced, they noticed that whatever Cygnus X1 was, it had formed a binary orbit with a star in its system, and this helped scientists calculate its mass. They discovered that this invisible object was 15 times more massive than the Sun. As the densest neutron star had an upper limit of 3 times the mass of the Sun, scientists realized that this was most likely the first ever discovered black hole. Since then, we have discovered many black holes. Massive ones seem to exist at the center of galaxies, and we've even managed to take photos of some, dark blots against a swirling ring of matter that surround them and fall into them, their accretion disk. This is how black holes can still be detected through X-rays. While black holes can't emit visible electromagnetic radiation themselves, the X-rays that come from them actually originate from their accretion disks, where...
Alright, that's getting pretty deep. I don't know, man, that's some cool shit. That is on, let's see. I don't know, whatever channel it is. I know I was going to get that deep into it. I just saw some cool graphics. So, okay, check this out. Yeah, that's a tough one, dude. That's why a lot of people are leaving California, New York, and other areas, and going to places like Texas. We don't put up with shit like that here. We just don't. We handle it. We'll watch this rocket take off. Not exactly sure when it took off. I think yesterday, maybe today. But that's always cool to watch. Everybody's chatting.
What this rocket generates is incredible.
There we go.
To be specific, it's over 16.7 million pounds of thrust. Numbers almost incomprehensible, but it's just crazy. All right, to break it down, Starship is made of two parts. First is the Super Heavy booster, which is powered by 33 of those Raptor engines that run on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. And second is the Starship upper stage, powered by 6 Raptor engines. 3 are optimized for sea level performance, and 3 are for vacuum performance with that larger nozzle extension. All right, it's the Starship's second stage that will one day carry cargo, payloads, and people all the way to Mars and beyond.
The Super Heavy booster is designed to launch, separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. However, as previously noted, we won't be attempting one of those catches today. Starship, on the other hand, re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch. And both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
Yeah, and we cannot forget that between the two vehicles is the hot stage ring, a structure made of steel that allows the ship's engines to ignite while still attached to the booster, enabling a faster and more efficient stage separation. Right now, that hot stage ring is single use, but in the future,
I'd probably do better with
aimed
less
directly
gravity.
to the V3 booster forward
Definitely.
end.
And finally, the infrastructure built to support Starship is referred to as Stage 0. This includes the launch pads, tank farm, and the launch towers, which hold the chopsticks that catch the Super Heavy booster and eventually will also catch the ship.
Yeah, and to get us ready for launch today, we recently conducted another static test fire, basically where we fire up the engines to mimic a launch without actually launching. You're seeing the booster on the screen right now. It's a crucial milestone to let us know we're ready to go. And then here we're seeing ship. We did this for the second time on a retrofitted mount on pad 1. We had a full 9-second duration burn on all 6 engines.
We should also note that today's launch on pad 1 is intended to be the last launch on this pad in this configuration. As we head into the next generation Starship flight test program, we'll be modifying pad 1 to meet the demands of our future missions.
Yeah, and among many other things, we're installing a new orbital launch mount, a new flame trench system, and upgrading the chopsticks for future catches. So until that's complete, we'll be running operations from pad 2, which will be coming online very soon. All right, let's go over to Hawthorne, where Tyler is ready to talk a little Starlink.
Thank you, Jake and Amanda. My name is Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. Starlink is SpaceX's low Earth orbit, high-speed internet that's bringing connectivity both on Earth and in space. So, Starship is outfitted again today with 4 Starlink terminals, powering those incredible live shots of ship in orbit, through re-entry, and then all the way down to splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Now, we've had a couple of recent milestones that are worth celebrating. Back in September, Starlink for its 300th time, and this summer, we surpassed 7 million active customers with service available across 150 countries and territories. We've come a really long way since turning on service for Idaho 5 years ago, back in October of 2020.
beautiful.
I'm Wendy Layer. I live in Sandpoint, Idaho, and we are the first Starlink customers.
There is no fast forward, there's no skip, there's no...
Where we live due to the lack of technology.
The minute they turned it on, we could stream a movie, we could video chat.
It's different.
We could play games on the internet without a lot of lag. I changed jobs earlier this year, so now I actually have the ability to work remote.
Here's my house program, runs on the cloud. I can send anything I want out to get prices and designs.
I like to bake, so I've been able to research recipes and try new things.
You didn't go for a walk?
Oh, we did for a walk.
We can live very rural, and yet we are connected to anybody like in the city.
And I'm happy to report that Wendy and Sean are still Starlink customers today. So in just over 5 years, we've added dedicated services for aviation, maritime, RVs, and rail, and have expanded our emergency response capabilities. We've activated high-quality internet for millions of people, including those that live in some of the most remote places on Earth. Starlink is enabling rural school districts, counties, and tribal governments to offer online access to education, telemedicine, and many other critical services, in some cases for the first time ever. And yet, a third of the planet continues to go without access to reliable high-speed internet, so there's a lot more work for us to do. But Starlink was designed from the very beginning to meet these needs. And as each new version of Starlink comes online, the constellation's capacity and performance increases significantly. The larger V3 satellites that will deploy from Starship will bring gigabit connectivity to users and are designed to add 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity to the Starlink network. That's more than 20 times the capacity added with every V2 mini launch on Falcon 9. And then on the cellular front, last month, SpaceX announced a deal that provides Starlink with exclusive spectrum for its next generation direct-to-cell satellites, which will be capable of providing broadband service to cell phones globally. Starlink is the largest 4G coverage provider on Earth. Over 7 million people across 5 continents already rely on Starlink to connect their LTE phones to data, voice, video, and messaging, where terrestrial service is unavailable. So we're excited to have the opportunity.
That's just a big commercial. I thought it was going to be about the rocket. Different.
Critics and audiences have fallen in love with the record-breaking global phenomenon, and it's the #1 movie in the world.
The planet Jupiter is not what you think. Almost everyone is wrong about Jupiter because almost everything you were taught in school about this planet is wrong. This is not a giant ball of gas. Jupiter is a liquid planet, and as if that wasn't strange enough, it's actually a liquid metal planet. Beneath those iconic clouds lies one of the deepest mysteries of our solar system. So, let's dive in. This is the first close-up photograph of Jupiter ever taken. It was captured by a NASA spacecraft called Pioneer 11 in the year 1974. And this is the first moving picture of Jupiter. It's a time-lapse of images captured by Voyager 1 as it approached in 1979. Now the problem with these observations is that beyond looking really cool, they don't provide any answers about the true nature of the gas giant. They only raise more questions, like what is this thing made of, and how did it get so big? The actual size of Jupiter is very difficult to comprehend. Not only is it really big, but it is heavier than the weight of every other planet in the solar system combined. It takes up enough space to fit 1,000 Earths inside. For a more relatable sense of scale here, if the planet Earth was the size of a grape, then Jupiter would be a basketball. Now, our general theory for how the solar system came to be starts with a big disk of rock and metal and gas and dust and stuff, all spinning around the newly formed sun. And then, over millions of years, all of the stuff in that disk keeps smashing together and forming into bigger chunks of stuff. And then, as those chunks get even bigger, gravity starts to kick in and attract even more stuff. So under that theory, Jupiter would have formed when one of those chunks got so big that its gravity started capturing massive amounts of gas that were swirling around inside the disk, and just kept doing that for billions of years until it became what we see today. That makes sense, and if true, would mean that inside Jupiter there must be a very big and incredibly dense core of solid rock and metal. An alternative theory, just for fun, is that Jupiter actually started its life as a separate gigantic cloud of gas that was sitting just outside of the early solar system. Over time, that cloud got so big that it eventually collapsed under its own gravity and formed into a dense ball of gas. This is pretty much the same way that a star is formed, only stars need a much bigger cloud of gas to get started. So in this case, you just get a really big planet. And then eventually that new planet got pulled in by the gravity of the sun and settled down into an orbit. If this were true, then Jupiter wouldn't really have a core at all. It would just be like a big layer cake of gas. But the theory most of us were taught was about the big solid core that captured all of the gas. And again, that does make sense. It's not a crazy thing to believe, but it's also not correct. Our first real breakthrough with understanding Jupiter came in the mid-1990s. And this is one of those insane coincidences that sounds too good to be true. But in July 1995, the planet was hit by a comet. This is not a common thing. It's estimated that a collision like this might happen once every 6,000 years. But we were around to see this one, and we had the technology to watch it all happen. This comet was named Shoemaker-Levy 9, and it was a very big chunk of frozen ice and rock solar system at 216,000 kilometers per hour. It's hard to say how big the comet really was, because by the time we found it, the powerful gravity of Jupiter had already fractured the object into a couple dozen pieces. But the largest of those pieces was still around 2 kilometers across. And at this point in time, NASA had their newly operational Hubble telescope ready to observe the impact. But there was a big problem. Pieces of the comet were going to hit Jupiter on its far side, out of view from the Earth. We were gonna miss it. Except at the exact same time that this once in 6,000 year event was happening, NASA just also happened to have a spacecraft arriving at Jupiter. This is Galileo, named after the first astronomer to have studied the planet through a telescope. The probe was launched in 1989 on a mission to investigate Jupiter and its moons. It was scheduled to arrive in December 1995, and now it had a clear view on its approach of the comet's impact. What it saw was 21 separate collisions over the course of 6 days, with the largest chunk of comet unleashing the equivalent energy of 300 million atomic bombs, making it the biggest explosion ever caught on camera.
Damn hound dog.
As the planet rotated around, the Hubble telescope was able to see the aftermath of those strikes. They actually left behind these big black holes in the clouds, and they kicked up massive plumes of debris that were thousands of kilometers high and lingered above Jupiter for months. And this is what the Galileo spacecraft arrives at. The insides of Jupiter have been kicked out into space, and the probe is able to fly right through them. This is our first look at what's underneath the cloud layer that people have been staring at in wonder for hundreds of years.
It's supposed to be how it was made. It's definitely different. And now it looks pretty cool. I always like lava lamps. The first moon landing. Oh shit. I know I've seen that movie, that They Live. That was a crazy movie. Back in the day.
One thing I've noticed about football fans is they all talk like the players can actually hear them.
Proud of you.
But when you have guys...
Computers aren't very good at picking random numbers. Every part of a computer is designed to be predictable and follow logical patterns. You put the same numbers in, you're going to get the same numbers out, which is a problem because all modern encryption, including that padlock up in your browser that tells you that you're safe, all of that relies on big, properly random numbers. If you can somehow predict those numbers, you can start breaking those locks, which is why I'm here at the headquarters of Cloudflare in San Francisco.
Cloudflare is a service that protects websites and web services and sort of sits in front of them as a gatekeeper. Somewhere around 10% of the web flows through Cloudflare's network. Cloudflare was one of the first companies to provide free SSL encryption for websites. So the connection between your web browser and the website you're going to is fully encrypted, and invisible for eavesdroppers to be able to look at.
In short, these folks deal with a lot of encrypted internet traffic, so they need a lot of random numbers. It is possible to write code that will simulate randomness, and that's good enough for a lot of uses, but in theory, those numbers could be predicted. They're just being generated by code. So the servers here have to get their randomness from an external and entirely unpredictable source. A lot of home computers treat their own users as sources of randomness. Tiny twitches of mouse movements, the exact milliseconds between keystrokes, or on a phone, maybe even the accelerometer or other sensors. In all those cases, they generally discard the bigger parts, the bits that could just be influenced by humans, and go off the tiny little decimal places, the bits that you couldn't control precisely even if you wanted to. But that sort of human interaction is nowhere near enough for an operation on this scale, hence lava lamps.
We videotape these lava lamps and take the pictures and the video and turn it into a stream of random, unpredictable bytes. And this unpredictable data is what we use to help create the keys that encrypt the traffic that flow through Cloudflare's network. This data is then fed into our data centers and then fed into the Linux kernel, which then uses it to help seed random number generators that are used to generate keys. Every time that you take a picture with a camera, there's going to be some sort of static, some sort of noise. So it's not only just where the bubbles are flowing through the lava lamp, it's sort of the state of the air, the sort of ambient light. Every tiny change impacts the stream of data. A cryptographic hash function is something that we use where even if you have one sort of static image and one little bit changes, it changes the entire stream. So we use that to help scatter the randomness as much as possible. We also collect randomness around the world. So in our London office, we have this thing called a chaotic pendulum. It has 3 pieces, and it's unpredictable in which way they kind of twist and turn together. We videotape that and feed it into our randomness source as well. In our Singapore office, we have a radioactive source that we use to feed into the randomness system as well. So this is not just some stunt that we
Wow. Yeah, lava lamps. That's crazy. Never heard of that before. Never heard of it. Of all the shit. Oh yeah, I bet. That's right. We try to anyway. Damn dog. So nice. lava lamps of all the damn things. It's crazy. You can see if there were any. That's weird. Check this bed out. It's a bed.
I always say that the Chinese are truly dangerous because no one can predict what, when, or how they might act. Now, just look. They recently created a futuristic bed that's truly mind-boggling. Imagine jumping as high as you can on that bed. You won't be hurt in the slightest because it's made of silicone gel, which is as soft and flexible as jelly. Its design is so advanced that when you lie down on it, your entire body slowly sinks in, as if you were swallowed by a cloud. Its most remarkable feature is that it's waterproof, fire-resistant, and uses pressure balance technology that evenly distributes your weight across the entire surface. It's said that once someone falls asleep on it, they won't wake up until morning. Truly, Chinese technology isn't just about machines anymore. I always say that the Chinese are truly dangerous because no one can predict what, when, or how they might act. Now, just look. They recently created a futuristic bed that's truly mind-boggling. Imagine jumping as high as you can on that bed. You won't be hurt in the slightest because it's made of silicone gel, which is as soft and flexible as jelly. Its design is so advanced that when you lie down on it, your entire body slowly sinks in, as if you were swallowed by a cloud. Its most remarkable feature is that it's waterproof, fire-resistant, and uses pressure balance technology that...
I couldn't sleep in that no damn way.
Start slow motion.
Yeah, sibling rivalry. That is. Let me turn it back up. Sibling rivalry. That was so fun. Not so much when you get older, but when you're a kid, yeah. Ooh. Now, my grandma was one of 14. And then she had 3 kids. Not as many babies as there used to be, but they had farms to take care of. They had a reason to have that many kids. It was labor, pure and simple. Yeah, back in the old days, they had a lot of families would have a child that would die at 3 or 4 years old of some disease. I mean, her dad, he had a brother that died at 3 or 4. Yeah, a lot of moms used to die during childbirth too, a lot more than today. It's crazy, it's sad. y'all visit me and I'll be right back. do some stuff. And anyway. But they got one, so wow. They said they got a baby, so wow. Yeah, that's badass. Yeah, Bonnie Blue got arrested for a bang bus in Bali. What I heard was they're going to make her stay like 2 months and they're going to let her out. But someone said she could get several years, so I don't know. Why would you go there and do that? It's just, that's weird. You know, they're arguing about this Candace Owens and pool and all that, and I'm sitting here looking at an article that says Turley saying there is an overwhelming amount of evidence that that kid shot Charlie Kirk. They got him smirking in cameras in a courtroom. And you have these two guys arguing about it. It's kind of weird. Let's look at this game real quick. Like something I used to.
You need business tech that's flexible, efficient, and delicious. That's why you need Easy Cater, Stat, a mission critical.
Drive charging.
Some kind of game coming out. Just want to see what it was. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy or not, but he has a pretty good show. This is about Texas hemp, what's going on in Texas, which is obviously important to me.
Hey everyone, welcome back into our latest TDR Cannabis in 5. I'm your host, Shad Dales, and today we're going to break down a move out of Texas that could definitely reshape hemp-derived THC products and how they're sold across the state. As we know, Texas is going to create their own rules, so let's find out what this means in our latest TDR Cannabis in 5. So let's get into it. Alright, here's the latest. Texas officials have filed a revised rule banning hemp-derived THC sales to anyone under 21, a development that was first reported by Marijuana Moment. So this revised rule comes from the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, or TABC, following Governor Greg Abbott's earlier emergency order. So the temporary rules are already in place, but this new filing is meant to make the age restriction permanent. Okay, so based off of that, what exactly is changing? So under the revised Proposal 1, the ban on selling consumable hemp products to anyone under 21 stays in place. Also, penalties for violations become more flexible. Instead of instantly revoking a retailer's license, TABC would be able to issue suspensions depending on how many violations occur. And then there's a new nuance. Retailers may have a defense if the customer is 40 or older, meaning a misread ID or mistaken age in that scenario might not automatically lead to penalties. So this is all important info. Before we go any further, now a quick word from Morgan & Morgan. There's a reason smart investors celebrate when their portfolio jumps 40% in a year, just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Think about it, when hard to ignore. Case in point, in Florida, a client was offered $350,000 but walked away with $12 million equal. But with Morgan & Morgan, their fee is free and move forward. This revised rule, it shows the TABC is responding to industry feedback. The original emergency rules were criticized for being too harsh, especially around immediate license termination. So when we look at it, this new version, it tries to balance enforcement with practicality. Protect minors, keep retailers in check, but avoid punishing honest mistakes with the regulatory equivalent of a sledgehammer. So a balance between both acts, it appears. So there's a lot of moving parts here in Texas, because here's where things get even more interesting. The rule isn't happening in isolation. It's happening at the exact same time Texas is expanding its medical marijuana program, which we heard last week. For years, as we know, Texas has had one of the smallest medical programs in the country with only 3 licensed dispensaries. But now regulators have issued conditional licenses to expand that number to 12. So we could see new dispensaries opening up in April of 2026. Progress, not perfection, as they say. So the state's health agency, it's also revising its own rules to expand qualifying conditions for medical cannabis and really to approve a new inhalation devices. So that means Texans could soon have more pathways to access regulated medical marijuana, even as hemp-derived THC becomes more restricted for younger adults. So you can see the framework that's developing in Texas. So when we bring all this together, what does this all mean for the bigger picture? Well, let's break that down. For young adults, anyone under 21 is essentially cut off from the hemp THC market, even if these products were previously accessible at smoke shops, gas stations, or wellness stores. Check that one off, and that's good. And for retailers, the revised rules offers a little breathing room. So you still need to check IDs. You could still face consequences for violations, but the enforcement ladder is less punitive than before. And suspensions are possible before full license cancellation. And then for medical patients, this is where things may shift the most. As we look at it, with more dispensaries coming online and broader qualifying conditions, access is definitely poised to improve. So that could divert some consumers away from the hemp-derived THC market and towards regulated medical channels, and it's needed in Texas. So when we look at the hemp industry overall, this is part of a much wider realignment. States across the country are imposing age limits, potency caps, labeling restrictions, all signaling that the free-for-all hemp era is ending. And all signs point to that direction, because Texas is definitely moving towards something that looks more like the alcohol model. Stricter oversight, age gating, and fewer loopholes. And that is key. So let's put all this into context and timeline, because here's the Texas policy timeline over the past year. Earlier this year, lawmakers, they tried to pass a full ban on hemp-derived THC products, but the bill was vetoed. Then after that, Governor Greg Abbott, he issued an executive order directing regulators to treat intoxicating hemp more like alcohol, ID checks, and age restrictions. Then the TABC, they adopted emergency rules banning banning sales to anyone under 21 effective October 1st. Now, this newly filed revised rule, it aims to formalize those restrictions while creating a clear enforcement structure. And simultaneously, the medical market program is being expanded for the first time in years. So yes, a lot of upset people about what happened with hemp, but the flip side of that is the medical market is expanding. So here's the bottom line. Texas is definitely tightening the reins on the hemp THC marketplace while opening the doors to a little wider for medical cannabis patients. So it's a dual track strategy in all this. You restrict intoxicating hemp products, regulate access more tightly, and grow the medical program in a controlled way, which is the responsible way. And as always, these policy shifts, they carry real consequences, definitely for businesses, for patients and consumers, and let's face it, the broader industry. So we'll keep watching as things develop in Texas. So let us know in the comments below, what do you think about where the hemp industry is going, where the cannabis industry is going in the state of Texas? All eyes are on this state, and a lot of conservative states could follow suit based on what Texas decides. So that
Yeah, that's how it sits down here. People like our lieutenant governor, they're all bought and paid for by big alcohol. But he might get primaried. I hope so. I hope they primary his ass. Now they're going on about property taxes, trying to get the eyes away from the hemp idea. The idea that the property taxes are so high you never own your property, because you always owe the government taxes. So you're basically renting your property from the government every year, because every year you got to pay them again for your taxes. So it sucks. But we don't have a state tax like New York, California, like a 12% state tax or whatever it is. We don't have that here. So they have to get revenue from somewhere. But now if I go from Texas and go into Oklahoma and work, then I owe Oklahoma whatever their state tax is on that money made, even though I'm not from Oklahoma. I made that money in Oklahoma. So, I'm sorry. I made that money in Oklahoma, so I owe the state of Oklahoma's state tax on that money, even though I'm a Texas resident. So, that's why a lot of these comedians and stuff don't want to go to California and other places to perform. Look, I can get just as big an audience in Texas or somewhere else, and I ain't got to give half my ticket sales to the government, or 30%, or whatever the hell the number is. It makes sense. Yes, it sure is. It's got the Comedy Mothership, the #1 live podcast in the world, which is Kill Tony. Joe Rogan Experience, which is the #1 podcast in the world, but Kill Tony is the #1 live. I mean, that's in Frisco, Texas, which is north of Dallas. Universal has bought 3,000 acres or something like that. They're going to call it the next Hollywood. And they're going to put in another we already have Six Flags Over Texas, which is in Arlington. But they're going to put a Universal Studio theme park up in North Dallas, up in the real rich areas. Well, north of the rich areas. Right now it's all country still. But it's going to be solid city, basically, DFW, from downtown Dallas all the way almost to the Oklahoma border. And then you hit the Oklahoma border, you start hitting the all the fancy Indian casinos, Choctaw and all that. Multi-million-dollar casinos. Yeah, I'm about 2 hours away from DFW. 100 miles. My back surgeries and stuff were all done at Baylor downtown. Where I got on my titanium spine. Yeah. Wish I had one of them T1000 spines. It wouldn't be all crippled and shit like I am now. But yeah, Dallas is doing a lot of, you know, they're taking a lot of their neighborhoods and they're trying to transform them into other things now. So Texas is on the right road. We just don't need people moving in here and changing, you know. If you're going to move in here, assimilate to the way Texas is. If you want to vote like you live in Michigan or Minnesota and live by those laws, stay where you're at. If you want to live in freedom and do like, you know, for the most part, you're going to have to assimilate the way Texas is. It's just the way it is. Well, you have to. I mean, if you're going to live in peace and harmony, that's what they have tribes for. That's why man was so tribal back in the day. And we still are. We just don't call it that. And I'm not talking about just black and white or Mexican or what I'm saying in general. Except the thing, instead of being, you know, it's not only rich versus poor. Then you break it down into the super rich versus poor, and you take the poor people and divide them up by color and make them all fight. I mean, it's some pretty dark shit, man. And what's sad too is, look at California. There's a lot of red in California. But it's just, like New York City, the blue areas are so populated, it just consumes the state. That's sad. I must say I'm pretty impressed with how this has held out. We had a few glitches to begin with. Of course, now that I say that, it's going to start really jacking up big time. We'll see how long we've been running. So about 3.5 hours. So that's an average of 17 minutes and 41 seconds per. So we picked up some pretty few hours tonight anyway. Yeah, I'm lucky. My back surgeon, man, and usually I hit that waiting room. By the time they give me my papers or whatever, because I sign in electronically or whatever on my phone. By the time I get there and sit down in the lobby, they're calling me back. Because it sucks to hurt and have to sit in a chair like that. Yeah, the guy that did my lung biopsy here, what, 6 months ago, 9 months ago? I don't know how long ago. I went for my follow-up with him, and I had to sit in a room basically 3.5 hours. He got called away or something happened. This damn weather has my back hurting. I guess it's arthritis. No matter what I do, pretty much. So I lay flat. But you can only lay for so long. You start hurting laying down. I mean, it hurts to lay down. And you gotta get up. I can tell you only want to have surgery as a last resort. From someone who's had 5. I gotta figure out how to. I got my phone put to this computer, but I still don't know how to pull. I can pull messages. I gotta talk to them. I'll see if I can send something. See how this works. Let's see if I can pull them up here. That'll be interesting to see. Okay, well, maybe I can't. I have to work on that. I should be able to. It says image, but it doesn't show image opening. Screw it, might as well see what it says. Image. Figure that out. Okay, one thing I am going to do real quick while everybody's sitting here talking, I'm going to try something. What would that be called? Oh shit. That definitely ain't what I was trying to do. Huh. Yes. Setting up a Zoom meeting for OBS.
Got it. If you're looking to integrate Zoom with OBS, you can do a few different things. One common method is to run a Zoom meeting and then use the Zoom window as a source in OBS. Another approach is to use virtual camera features. If you'd like, I can walk you through how to set up the Zoom virtual camera and then capture that in OBS. Let me know what specific details you need.
I want to do the virtual camera.
Perfect. Here's how you can do it. 1, install Zoom Virtual Camera. Make sure you have the latest version of Zoom. The virtual camera feature is built into Zoom now, so you won't need a separate installation. 2, start a Zoom meeting, open Zoom, and start a new meeting. You can keep it private or invite others as needed. 3, enable virtual camera in Zoom. Once your meeting is running, click on the Start Video button, and you should see an option for Select a Camera. Choose Zoom Virtual Camera from the list, and then OBS. Open OBS and add a new video source. Choose video capture device and select the Zoom virtual camera as the source. This will let OBS display whatever is being captured by Zoom. And 5, position and customize. In OBS, you can resize, position, and add overlays to your Zoom feed as you like. And that.
Let's see. Video and virtual. Audio. How do I broadcast the link in OBS for the Zoom meeting for them to join in the room?
To let people join your Zoom meeting from OBS, you'll need to share the Zoom meeting link in a way that's accessible. Here are a couple of ways to do that. One, display the link on screen. In OBS, you can add a text overlay that shows the Zoom meeting link. This way viewers can see the link and join directly. To do this, simply add a text source in OBS and type or paste the Zoom link into the text box. To use a web browser source, you can also use a browser source in OBS to display a web page with the meeting link. For example, you could create a simple web page that shows the Zoom link and then add that page as a browser source in OBS. 3, chat integration. If you're streaming on a platform like YouTube or Twitch, you can also put the Zoom link in the chat so viewers can click it directly, or QR code.
Where is the Zoom link at?
The Zoom link is usually generated when you schedule or start a meeting in the Zoom app. Once you start a meeting, you'll see an option to copy the invitation or the meeting link directly from the Zoom interface. You can also find it in your Zoom account under the meeting details. Once you have that link, you can easily add it to your OBS setup, either as text, a browser source, or even a QR code. If you need any help with that process, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm looking for the meeting.
No worries. To get the Zoom meeting link, here's what you can do. Open Zoom, launch the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device.
I already have the meeting app.
Got it. In that case, you can grab the link directly from the Zoom meeting controls. Just click on the participants button, and then you'll see an option to invite others. From there, you can copy the invitation link or the meeting URL. Once you have that link, you can easily display it in OBS or share it with your viewers. If you need help with any specific steps, I'm here to help.
Hello. All right. Yeah, Zoom had my audio for a minute. Yeah, that wasn't hard at all. Yep, baby steps. Like I said, I'm pretty satisfied with the progress. Went from streaming puppies with my iPhone to a old laptop that barely worked. Couldn't get a signal for shit. There's a lot of little processes. And then the shorts were getting me all the subscribers. Now the lives are getting quite a few too. So I'm still like today, I think I made about 8 or 10 shorts, puppy ones. Figured out a new little trick on that. Not a new trick, something new I've learned. It made it a lot faster for me. Not just faster, it's made them different. So just making the same boring AI videos, I've taken video footage, had it sculpted a certain way with the music. Anyway, it worked out. It was pretty cool. Getting a lot of views. Quite a few. I'm not gonna say a lot. No, none of them get shit compared to what these other things get. But it's fun. Oh yeah. Oh, did I really? I didn't even know that. I knew I had a couple. Yeah, cool. Say it's 300, 1,000, 1,500, 1,000. I got one I did yesterday. It's got 1.3. People really like that one. So the past 2 days, I've got the analytics says I've gotten, so it's not near as good as it was. In the last 7 days, it's 8,000. Total, I've got 216,000. Got ways to go. But the more you do it, it's like it's getting there's certain things that are getting harder and certain things that are getting easier. It's like everything else. The more you learn, the more you go, shit, I didn't know that. I gotta learn that too now. Yep. Very nice when I hit that plateau to where it's just kind of a nice ebb and flow. Get on a few hours a day, do whatever. Use vacations for whatever trips. Learn how to use all that footage that you take. Or take extra just to use. So I got some ideas. No, 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 no. $5. Wow, yeah. prostitute myself out for $5. All right, man. Have a good night. Hopefully there's nothing going on. Wish all this war shit would settle down myself. Oh man. Yeah, this is one of the more successful nights actually. Last night wasn't bad, and tonight has been pretty good too. Kicks off. All right, I'm going to see. Where is that? That's on X. Let me try YouTube. No, I didn't do it on YouTube. Because I'm not trying to use it yet, but I went ahead and activated it just to see. And I can't get to X and Twitch and Facebook and all that crap. I'm going to try and throw a. I'm not telling y'all to use this, but I'm trying to see how to put it up in chat. So if I ever want to, I can. There it is. Okay, that's how you do it. So I got that part figured out. Okay. I'm gonna click it just to see what the hell it does. Make sure it don't go to some porn site. Oh, it's gonna ask me to leave. I don't want if I leave it, let me come back. I'll check it later. Huh. That worked. Ooh, I don't know how to do that. Let's see, pin message. Ah, okay. Another trick I didn't know about. That's a very useful one, actually. So now it's up there all the time. I'm not just saying, throwing out there, buy me something, buy me something. No, it's just up there. Hmm. Hell yeah. So, stream is good. We can do Zoom calls. They're going to be a little iffy at first because I got to do one to actually know if it's going to work and how to exactly make it flow. I do. Oh, I don't know. They're both there on my end anyway. I can do that now. Because see, I'm gonna kick it to Facebook one day, and then that should get us probably double what we got now. Okay, good. Mine's still going up the screen. Now on my TV, if I look on this other one, that's only in the chat. You can't see it on the full screen. Which is fine. But it's something you need to know. I haven't looked into Rumble. I don't know if you got to pay to be on Rumble or not. Figured you did. Which I don't care. It'd be something else I have to learn. Somebody was jacking with this computer. I guarantee you're doing something, hacking it when I wasn't on. So what I've done is now when I disconnect, I turn off my Wi-Fi, number one, or I turn off my internet. I kill it. And then I shut down my computer. Before I just shut my computer down, and when it come back on, kick on. Plus it had Steam running in the background, which was a game thing. I killed it so it don't start up automatically anymore. So there's several things I've done to, and I haven't had a OBS hack with that trying to pop up somebody playing Fortnite or something like that. So I haven't had a problem like that in a couple of days. So I think I got that part figured out. If I'm not over here running it, I'm gonna shut everything down. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I think Collins is a good way to go. I think a lot of people, you got to moderate it. You got to keep it pretty tight. But people like call-in shows. I don't care if it was in the 2000s or whatever, when they had Love Line, Love Live, yeah, Love Line or whatever, Dr. Drew. That was a call-in show. People loved it. People like the call-in part with the very world. People used to listen to hours and hours and hours of late night with Art Bell, and it was a call-in show. It's real human interaction. They're not watching AI or robots or Love Line. So I don't know. I think there's something to be said for connectivity to actual people, even if it is through a computer, versus just throwing crap out there. And yeah, you're gonna get your haters, and you're gonna get your people get on there and they're gonna cuss you out real quick. You have to kick them off, or there's gonna be things that happen. I know that's gonna happen. I don't care. They can call me fat and ugly and old and everything else. I don't give a fuck. I know what I am. I know who I am, and I'm good with it. So, and I booked today. I booked it. Taking the kids in spring break. I have the 11-year-old, and I have the little Lana and little autistic boy. We're gonna go with another family. I booked a 2-bedroom. It's like a 2-bedroom condo in Branson, Missouri, in spring break. So we're gonna go up there in the mountains and we'll ride the little. Oh, it's like a roller coaster, but it's single car. You ride down a hill. You get pulled up usually with a a chain, then you get like, oh, it takes about 10, 15 minutes to ride it. Anyway, I'll get some great footage off that. I'll do it with the kids. There's just, it'll work out good. Plus, Branson, Missouri has dispensaries. It is legal there. So, obviously, I go in there and buy pre-rolls, whatever I want. They have a big Ferris wheel. I mean, a huge Ferris wheel. So again, more content. Uh, from the long form to breaking it down, throwing some music to it. There's just, it's kind of opened up a whole idea of just different things. Something to do. I've been so bored for so long, being down with my back and nothing, nothing, just trying to find something to do. And my dogs and stuff, I mean, where I'm having a harder time even doing that. So, no pity party. I'm happy. I have never really had a hobby that I was into other than the only hobby I ever really had that I was really into was gaming. There for years, I did a lot of gaming, but now that I'm old, it just seems like a waste of time. So why not do something a little different? You know, that's where I'm at with it. That's why. So Sarge, yeah. Yeah, K Rock. I think that's what that comedian I played earlier. I think he's out of that station. Jimmy, whatever his name is. You know, I'm still one of the things I'm doing now is with the shorts. You know, a lot of things you can take other people's. You can take video shorts off TikTok and put music to it or something else to it, your own voice to it or something, and then put them on YouTube. You know, a lot of people are getting a lot of content that way, but I have not figured that out yet because I've been so desperately working on just a connection issue. That's been so time consuming trying to figure that shit out. Now that that's been done, I've been able to focus on other things that I actually originally started to focus on because I really didn't know connection was going to be an issue. Thought, well, I had dial up back in the 2000s or whatever. Now I've had Wi-Fi forever. I thought, hey, I'll just connect my Wi-Fi and go. Not so fast. All Wi-Fi is not created equal. That is for damn sure. Yeah, man, that was a good show. The good old man. What was it? The Man Show back in the day. It was funny. I mean, it was on the edge, but it was funny. It was a funny show. Now, Loveline, I listen to that on my way home from the hospital at night. I get off work and I get in the truck or whatever, and I'd drive. I work in DFW and I lived in Grand Saline, so it's about an 80-mile drive. I usually did 16-hour shifts or whatever. So That's usually what was on at night. That or depends on how late it was when I got off. Once Loveline went off or whatever, it was Art Bell. I don't know what kind of niche this would be. I couldn't tell you. I've thought about that too. Just to think, oh, okay, well, because they focus on that so much. I got the dog thing. That's obvious. It keeps telling me I should make a different channel, one for the dogs and one for this and one for that. And I, I, I don't know about that. Trying to run. I mean, it was hard enough to get enough people to go live on one channel. It's us three. So I hadn't delved into that part yet. But it basically says put all your dogs and stuff on one channel and then do your live streams like your serious stuff like this on a different one. And so the way I've tried to break it down on my channel, if you look, is through the playlists. Try and keep all the pets and stuff like that on one list. I keep the space and stuff, try and keep that on another list. Now, if it was made with AI, like, for example, if I did a dog video made with a picture of my dog using AI and made the dog roll around and bark or whatever, I can tag it with AI and pets. So that's the way I'm working it for right now. It might change, but right now that's how I've got it organized until it's not. There you go. I got that camera bought and I used it on my old laptop that wouldn't work. And I haven't used it since. Yeah, that's true. Well, I didn't want to walk on inverted toes. That was my thing. I was trying not to walk on their toes. Tim, I didn't care about it. Tim has plenty of years. I ain't worried about if he were to lose from whatever. So and then we talked about the after show thing. I thought that's a good idea too. But then there's a consequence of me having to stay up every night till 2 in the morning. So I don't know. Yep. And January 6th, I should have a litter being born. So well, you definitely didn't get different viewers at different times of day. In the evenings, everything is split. In January, yeah, she's a good mama too. She usually puts off some real. Her litter one time she put off 3 different colors in that one litter: black, a charcoal, and a fawn. I'm really excited about her having. Yeah, purebred. These aren't accidents like the ones I'm dealing with right now. Those were accidents. They're cute. Love them to death. Definite accidents. She got out and something got a hold of her. This one that's having them in January. I got a picture of her on my phone hooked up with another dog. The reason I snapped the picture so I could count 63 days from then Yeah, yeah, the one that was smiling. I can count 63 days and I know exactly when, plus or minus a day or two, when she's going to have the pups. And I can actually do a rectal temperature check and tell you pretty close when she's going to start having them. But I'm happy. I mean, once she gets that close, I'll pour the calories onto them. I'll get them in a like swimmable area and put a blanket in there and let them do their nesting and um, all that good stuff. Yeah, I do. I've got people. These pups right here. The first ones I got rid of, people been watching them since like the second week. And the lady that's going to get these two males, she's just not moving till the end of the week. So I'm just holding them for her. Exchanged them for 2 cords of firewood. So that's going to heat my house for probably a year and a half. But they've been watching them on live stream for months or for however weeks, whatever it's been, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. Not to mention the fact that I did get content from it, and that's probably one of the big things is I'm getting content from it, and I can recycle that with different music and all the new different things, and use that to make shorts, and there's just a lot of different ways to do it. Yeah, I keep them longer. According to Texas law, it's supposed to be 8 weeks. There's a lot of people that still do 6. Because the owners, people that are getting the dogs, they want them while they're puppies. They don't want to wait that 2 weeks, but I make them wait. But I also guarantee their health too. I will not rehome a sick dog. Or if I suspect it's sick, I'll take it to the vet. I'll let it get a fecal exam. I'll let the vet look at it. If fecal comes back fine, the vet says it's fine, and okay. I've gotten pretty good at identifying when they start getting sick. With puppies, it's like babies. When they go down, they go down quick. So you got to stay on top of it. Well, and one thing I've been doing, and it's actually I've done it several times. It's worked. That one group, like I said, the ones, and I got pictures. You can go look on my on the site. Um, you'll see 3 dogs sitting in a chair. One is fawn, one is charcoal, one is black. I rehomed them all 3 together. They're all 3 brothers, sisters, and they all went to the same home. 3 different colors, same mama, and I think if you can rehome them together, they have less separation anxiety. So I've done several pairs, like a brother sister to a family, a brothers to a family, sister whatever. And I think the puppies have less separation anxiety that way. So, but you can't always do that. But it's always good to say if they have another dog. Like I gave one of my pugs, I gave to my daughter, and she has a big old, oh, it's some fancy ass freaking dog. It's the size of a standard poodle, but it ain't a damn poodle. It's something else. And I gave her one of my little black pugs she wanted. Full blood black pug, beautiful, beautiful dog. I'll get pictures of him. I'll show you. But he was a little pup. He went over with that big old 70-pound dog, and they are like best buddies now. He jumps around and he plays with him. They roll around the floor together, and he has the best life in the world. He has better health care than I got. So my daughter's an RN. She makes real good money. So yeah, he goes to the doctor. It costs him like $150. We do not use the same vet. She goes to what they might call a bougie vet. They walk in the door and hand you a glass of champagne or some shit. I don't know. I go to a vet that's wearing a shirt like me. He talks like me, walks like me. We sit around mostly in bullshit. He'll look at my dog and we'll talk about it. And then once we're done, we'll talk for another 30 or 45 minutes just sitting around talking. And then half the time I leave, he don't charge me a fee for the visit. He just charges me for the medicine. So I'll leave and spend $65 and she'll leave and spend $350. Yeah, I don't know what this damn dog is. It's not a poodle, but it's the size of a standard poodle, but it's not a poodle. It's supposed to be the hair is hypoallergenic or some shit. Yeah, he's a real good vet. Yeah, he's great. He's a little bit younger than me, so I'll probably be gone before he is, but he's a good guy. I think he is on the spectrum a little bit, but that just makes him even better vet to me. I have no idea what that is. Oh, Irish. I know what Irish Wolfhound is. That's high. Lord, that's like a. We did a house one time. These people had two Great Danes. We were outside framing a porch for them. And I looked through their glass window, saw they had these big solid glass doors, two of them. And I looked in there and it looked like two damn horses inside their house. And I thought, man, if them things take a shit, it'll be like a horse. No way. Of course, I was a 13-year-old kid, 12, whatever. That's what I thought. Oh, man. I can imagine having to clean it behind them. Ooh. It was like piss like a horse. Horse could piss a gallon of fluid. Oh my God. They were beautiful and they were healthy, but they were big. I don't know if they were 6 foot, but they were big. Again, I was 13, 14-ish. So my perspective might be a little wrong because of my age. Yeah. Yeah, and then my great uncle, he had chows. And them some bitches were mean. They were like little black bears. They weren't little. They were mean as hell. So what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday, huh? Well, I know they're not going to have a show tomorrow now. They never have one on Fridays anyway. Yeah, dude. Chowser. I've seen some nice ones. The ones he had were mean. And I wasn't really scared of animals, but I was scared of them. I don't know, call it intuition, call it what you want. Yeah, I picked up 8 subscribers today. 4 yesterday. Didn't even know that. I just looked at these little charts and just saw it. Yeah, dogs, their heritage is amazing. When you look at the wolfhounds and you look at the other, some people use dogs down here to hunt hogs with the big old collars on. They'll cut them loose and they'll chase some hogs down and clamp down on them. And my nephew, he goes, they take some kind of hound dog. They go coon hunting in the mountains. And I will coon hunting. Some kind of notice. Oh, I got 12 new subscribers. Now this thing's behind when I have them. This YouTube studio bullshit. It's always like 8 hours behind real time YouTube. Anyway. It's really interesting to see if that's pinned up there again next time I do that. Now I should be able to, if I remember right, I should be able to pin the Zoom call at the top too. 'Cause it don't always just flow through the chat. It gets pinned up there. I guess you have to throw it in chat and take it from there and then pin it once it's in the chat. That's how I did it a while ago. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that either. Well, and if I can, I can always just unpin the buy me a cup of coffee, do the Zoom calls. After that's over with, just pin it back up there again. And that's not that's as long as I know it's how I have to do it, I can do it over and over again. It's just learning the little tiny procedures. Like remembering to forward it to X, or if I finally get on Restream and throw it to all them other platforms. Again, you got to walk before you run. Still shitting green, trying to figure out where the hell I'm at. And I didn't even do that cup of coffee thing. I called my bank. I was like, hey, they want this is what it says to do. My bank said, yeah, that's legit. I said, okay. There's so many scams out there today. But the company that they use to do that with, my bank said they do other stuff too. And they said, yeah, they're legit. So I feel pretty good about it. 'Cause these days you just don't want to start connecting all your shit to a computer. It's not a good idea for anybody. I see. What do you mean? Oh yeah. You still ain't looking good, dude. That's all I can say. It ain't looking. I don't know. Number one, it seemed like an overreaction. But again, it's not my family getting shot at. So how do you say it's an overreaction? You know? Yeah, I don't know her either. I'll have to look see who it is. Man, all I kept seeing when I first started watching IRL, I watched a little bit of it. They were calling it grift casts. Welcome to grift casts. So I guess it's for grifters. This should have given me about 13 watch hours today. Which ain't really that bad. It's a long way from 3,000. Dude, he pretty much exploded the other day. That one day was pretty. I mean, I understand being passionate. Let me get my meds. He that one day he went pretty damn hard. Oh, wow. Seems like a lot of people are benefiting from Charlie's death. Not intentionally, even unintentionally. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's just too bad they can't tell the truth about anything. No, I did notice on Candace's show, her using the we, us, we think, us, like her audience, trying to like make them think they're part of her thought process type. It's an odd presentation. I'm not saying nothing bad about her, but I don't know. It's above my pay grade. A lot of people did. But again, it was news. So, come on, man. You go look at my channel right now. You won't see any Charlie Kirk videos on my channel. I didn't make any. I still don't like watching it today. But that reminds me. I don't know if you've seen this or not. Wait for you real quick.
Good Lord. He's so hot. I do not know how he puts up with her after what she did.
What did I miss?
The Housemaid, only in theaters December 19th, rated R.
Hello, we start in Australia because in a few hours' time, the social media ban for children under the age of 16 will come into effect. The legislation's aimed at protecting children from cyberbullying, online predators and harmful content. It's been a heated debate worldwide. The tech giant Reddit is the latest to say it will comply with the new law, but has described it as arbitrary. Instagram and Facebook have already started shutting down accounts of people under 16. Some popular apps and websites, including WhatsApp, are exempt. Our Australia correspondent Katie Watson reports.
For the good of Kirsty. For the good of Lucy and Anya.
Australia's about to try an ambitious experiment to be the first country in the world to boot young teens off social media. The message from the government is clear.
For the good of their well-being.
The law means a return to the good life and an end to the angst felt by parents watching their kids' lives online. With the ban coming in just as the summer holidays begin, kids here all have an opinion on what the government's doing.
They see social media as a place kind of like a cesspool of the internet where all kinds of debauchery happens and just general nonsense influencing their children, which is true, but that could be bettered with like regulation over complete banning.
I feel like it would be good for people to know there's life outside of social media, like everything on social media isn't real.
Kids are going to find a way to get around it and are going to still access social media even with a ban in place.
I just want to see it and I'm going to delete it.
Tilly Rosewarne was a keen dancer and loved her social media, but cyberbullying pulled her life apart. Nearly 4 years ago, Tilly killed herself. She was just 15.
And it began as things like messaging, text messages,
No,
but then moved on to things like TikTok and Snapchat and Instagram.
You've been you're also making it where some predator sees them.
Speaking at, in New York.
For whatever reason, it can make them targets.
Why do you think this ban is so important? Because children across our world are enduring this. Because these are methods of harm. These are agents of harm that are unregulated. And I think our children have been the social experiment. We have just said, here's a phone, as I did when Tilly was 12, and not knowing that that would be part of her demise. That really her connection to an unfettered, unregulated world would mean that she was exposed to all sorts of harm, that as a parent, if it was in front of you, you wouldn't allow it. And that it's not that her life mattered, but that her pain mattered. That no one should have to go through what Tilly did.
For many experts, though, this law isn't the answer.
The ban does not address the qualitative problems that young people experience online. What it does is put a giant gate in front of those problems and says you can't open it for an extra 3 years.
The world's watching Australia closely right now, but for every fan of the law and for all of its critics, it's the lives of Australia's teenagers that matter the most. Katie Watson, BBC News in Sydney.
Dr. Catherine Archer is communication researcher and senior lecturer at Edith Cowan University in Perth and gave us her analysis of the upcoming ban.
Kids, the older teens who've got social media accounts are downloading their data. That's been sort of suggested that they do that. But I do know anecdotally that also they are migrating to other platforms that aren't as yet covered under the ban. I've heard of the platform Yope, which has sort of got similar facilities to Snapchat. And also that potentially some of the age verification software may not be working because 14 and 15-year-olds are still able to use their
Look at Twitter. I mean, it's basically almost a porn site. Almost. You can steer away from it, but it's pretty bad.
Photo, and it seems to be working for them to bypass around the laws with parental permission, of course, because some parents are saying, look, my son or daughter is 14 or 15, that's their connection, that's the way they communicate with their friends. It's like, 40 years ago, if our parents said to us, you're not allowed to use the phone anymore, it would have been quite a shock for teens at that stage. So it is the way kids communicate, so it is going to be quite a
Anyway. Crazy. Thought I remember I saw it earlier, but I'm not didn't play that yet. It's trying, but I hope at AT&T